Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another Mellow Monday stream as we're continuing to work on the Marvel United minis. So, obviously, things have changed quite a bit as far as the video quality goes. I picked up a documents camera because I saw that recommended quite heavily online for doing mini streams and stuff like that. So, yeah, picked up that, and the video quality is so much better than the other camera. Like, you can actually see the details on the figure. It's really, really nice. The thing's got its own built-in light, too, and very nicely, like, I've got, this setup where you can see, like, the palette and stuff like that. But I've also now got just buttons right on the stand for the camera so that I can do like this where I can just zoom in, and now you can see the figure really close up while I do the painting of it. So what I will probably do is, I will keep it backed up for when I'm doing the main like base paint job on the figure. But then once I actually like start doing the detail work, then I can actually just hit the zoom button and zoom right in, and that way you can actually see me doing the detail work on it. And this thing has focus on it, which is a big deal. It's got autofocus, which it seems to work pretty well considering, actually. Like the other webcam that I had, didn't have an autofocus nor a manual focus. It was basically just one particular focal length, and that was it. And it's just like, oh, okay, well, that's not going to work too well. I could never quite get the focal length figured out on the webcam, so everything was always just blurry. But now with this new one, like, I can hold this figure up, and you can actually see how it came out from last time. So yeah, we worked on Rocket Raccoon last time. I did the extra detail work off camera because it was like small touches here and there. Most of it was down to the base. Like I went through and did the whole base because that needed any paint. Like I hadn't done any paint on it by the time that the stream had ended. So, but I think overall it came out pretty good. Like, honestly, the thing that I'm most proud of with this particular mini is I'm hoping that it shows up well on the thing, but like I went over and did some dry brushing on the gun to give it a little bit of wear and tear, and I think it shows up pretty well. Makes it look a little bit more lived in, feel like it's got pretty good personality to it. Yeah, like I'm pretty happy with how it came out. And also I did the base, and there's a lot of shiny bits on the base for the different engine parts and stuff like that. And the shine was a bit too much, so I went once I finished up all of the work on it, it's like, you know what, this looks a bit too clean. So I went through and made a wash, which I haven't done in a while. It's basically just a lot of water and a little bit of ink added to it, and then I just went over with a brush and brushed all over the base, and it kind of just dulls everything. Really gets into the creases quite a bit, which helps accentuate it a little bit more. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. I think Rocket ended up coming out pretty good. So yeah, that is Rocket from last time. So now what we are working on today is we are working on Hela. So this should be pretty fun. The nice thing in comparison to doing Rocket last time, which I will say one of the things with Rocket was Rocket had a lot of colors on him. So it made the stream last longer than I had hoped. And that was, and I ended up kind of lacking doing a lot of the detail work on camera, which I would rather have the detail work on there because that seems more interesting than the just, putting base coats on. So in the future, I'm going to be picking figures that don't have a lot of colors involved in them to do the base coating and stuff like that, and then I can go through and do the detail work still on stream. That way, I'm not on for like super long time and end up being super tired for work the next day. So, yeah, I'll be picking figures that don't have a lot of different colors involved in them, initially at least, until I run out of those. But then after that, what I will likely do is, because the base coat is probably the least interesting part of a painting stream, honestly, I will probably, for the more complex painting schemes for the other figures, I will probably do the base coat off stream, and then I will go through and do all the detail work on stream. That way, you get the more interesting part of it, and it'll, still be a fun time. Just you won't be seeing me do right from scratch, but I think it'll still look really nice. But yeah, so we're gonna do Hela on this stream. So let's get kicked off. So, paints I'm gonna be working with this time. Oh, you know what? I forgot to bring out the reference picture. Let me do that real quick. Also, if you notice, I have the nice little chat box that I added to my stream now. Had that commission work done a while ago, and I just haven't had the time to actually get everything configured. I'm still working on it. I have an intro and outro as well that I'm going to be adding to the stream from the commission. It's just between my day job, I just haven't had enough time to actually get everything configured on OBS. So I'll be working on that soon, though. But yeah, so let me get the reference picture loaded up. So this is actually a picture directly from Marvel United, the artwork for the board game itself. So yeah, we're using that as the reference that I'm going to be working off of for this. So some colors that are going to be involved with Hela. So one that's going to pop up a little bit in this is whites. We're using the Tamiya X2 whites. It's a little shiny, which is honestly what I want for this, because the white will be for her eyes and her teeth. So both of those I want to be a little glossy anyway, so I figure that'll work really well. The rest of the paints I have after that are all going to be flats, because I want the overall figure to not be super glossy, right? So got flat black, pretty simple. That being said, while her movie version is very black with a lot of green accents on it, like it's actually like a black kind of thing, for this I'm actually gonna go with taking the flat black. I'm gonna mix it with a little bit of flat green, which is this one. It's an XF5 flat green. I'm going to mix a little bit of that into the black and use that as the base color for doing the entirety of her suit. And then after that, I'm going to take the flat green and mix in some sky blue, X14, so that I can do the lighter green highlights around her suit. So if you see like all of, the parts up here, the little, all the little accent parts on her armor, all of that's going to be more of a bluish green that we're going to do for that. And let's see, what else do I have here? Obviously, we're going with flat flesh, XF15 for her face, and it's going to be difficult to get in there, but she's got a little bit of shoulder exposed there, and a little bit right there, so those will be going on those spots. There's not much to the flesh areas on that, so that's not going to be a ton of paint. But then I'm also going to take the X7 red. I'm gonna mix that down with... I'm trying to decide. I might just add a little bit of black to it just to darken it. And we're going to use that for doing her lips, which obviously is not going to use a ton, but it's something that'll really help separate out the her lips from the rest of her face and all that. So, yeah. Cape is going to be basically the same color as the base coat, but given all these folds and stuff in there, we can do a really good job with doing highlighting and low lighting of that to really show off like all the little folds in that. I think it'll look really, really good. So, and one of the benefits of that is if we just went with regular flat black for doing the costume, outside of, the green highlights and on all the accent work and stuff like that, if we just went with a flat black, that's really hard to do highlighting and low lighting of. It's just, you can lighten black, but you can't really darken it that much. So if we mix it with green to make it more of a greenish tint black, that will give us a little bit of wiggle room to actually do a lot of the shading work on this. So yeah, but let's go ahead and start off with the base color of the suit. That way we can get that taken care of. Oh, also the base. I don't have the paints out yet for this, but it's a lot of rock, I think. So here's what I'm thinking for doing the rock on this. I'm thinking of taking red and orange and mixing that together and basically doing a hit of that across all the cracks in the rocks. And then over that, I will go and do a very, very, very dark gray to do all of the rocks. And basically, I'm going to go over and make sure I don't hit any of these little creases when I do that coat on the rocks. That way you kind of get like a sort of volcanic look to the base. I think that'll work really well for her. So, yeah. Let's get the base coat mixed up. All right. So we're gonna go pretty heavy on the black for this, and then we'll start mixing in some green and see if we can get the shade that we want out of that. So that is the black part. Close that up. And now let's throw in some of the flat green. By the way, meant to ask, I hope everyone is doing well. Wanted to apologize for last week. I had... So, this didn't impact the painting stream, obviously. But I didn't get to do any... Gravity Rush 2 last week, and I'm very sorry about that. Just ended up feeling very, very tired when Tuesday rolled around, and it just made it very difficult to feel like I was going to be awake enough to honestly do a stream. So I'm sorry that I didn't manage to get any Gravity Rush 2 in. But looking forward to doing that tomorrow. So yeah, it should be a fun time. It'll be nice to get back to that game. I'm very much enjoying it. Just the collecting the gems alone is really, really fun for me. So it's a very relaxing game for me to play. Okay, let's go ahead and sorting out my water cups here. So give that a little bit of water to thin it out. You know what? I'm actually gonna got a headlamp on. I haven't turned it on yet, but we'll see how this looks. It's just gonna help me see my colors a bit. That's not throwing off the camera too much, so actually I might leave that on, because that'll help me see the paints a bit better. And, it'll also help me with getting the figure going. Because any light I have will help greatly on doing this, so... Alright, you know what? That is still a bit too heavy on the black, so let's add a little bit more green in. I think I may have thoughts in the wrong direction on this one. Okay, that might be a little too much green. We'll see. I'm going to mix it up. Should help it quite a bit. Okay, that might actually mix down to look pretty good. Alright, just gotta keep going until we get all the streaks out of this. There we go. Oh yeah, that should work a little bit better. Alright, let's go ahead and get this going, shall we? Alright, so, you know what, I'm gonna turn the headlamp off right now just so we don't get a lot of flashing as I look back and forth at the figure in the screen. I may turn on the headlamp later if I need to, scope out the detail work a little bit more. So, you know what, this brush is fraying a bit too much. I think I'm gonna have to go with something different. This brush may have, met its end. Let's see what I got. This should work. Let's try this instead. Boom. There. All right. Okay. Oh yeah, this will work way better. All right. So let's get base coat done. Get the model nice and covered all over. This is actually going on pretty good as far as the consistency of the paint goes too. It's not too thick, it's not too thin. It's looking pretty good. No, we're gonna do a little overkill on the eye area, just to make sure that I cover the mask enough that we don't have any missing spots when we go to do the eyes, because it will require a lot more work to go in there with a fine detail brush to do the eyes. So and I will try to keep this centered. It's one of those things where I've got the little targets on the I've got my little target right here for the center of the pad, but I just need to remember to actually like keep the figure over that. That way I always know what the camera's looking at. Oh, so this seems to be my Mellow Mondays seem to be my time to talk about Marvel stuff, seeing as I'm working on the Marvel United figures for this. I have, since last time, finished up the first and only season of Inhumans. Ended up not being too bad. It like it's not a bad show. I think it got way more hate than it deserved. It was just okay. So I wasn't, it wasn't like the best thing I've ever watched, but it was pretty enjoyable. I liked the characters, how they changed throughout the show and all that. The writing was a little at times, but overall I enjoyed it. It's it's disappointing that they didn't continue with it. It would have been nice to see more. But who knows? The fact that they brought back Anson Mount for to play Black Bolt in Multiverse of Madness means that maybe they'll bring back the rest of the cast to do more Inhuman stuff. It'd be cool. Yeah, no, I was pleasantly surprised with the show because I had heard its reputation and was worried that it was going to be a slog to watch through, but honestly, pretty enjoyable. So yeah, it was an interesting watch. And now that I have finished that, the next thing that I moved on to was a couple things. So, because again, I'm watching stuff in the aired order, and more specifically, stuff that I haven't watched already in the aired order. So, I started watching Runaways, which, good God, that show grabbed me like right from the beginning. I have really, really, really been enjoying that show so far. I want to say 4 or 5 episodes into it so far. Really enjoying it. I'm liking it a lot. The characters are very fun. The drama about it all is really enjoyable. Yeah, no, I've really been digging it. And so mixed in with that, I started the 5th season of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which I'm also 4 or 5 episodes into that, I think. And actually, I might be even less. I think I'm less. I think I might be 2 or 3 episodes into that. It's bizarre, but then again, most Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. plots are. It's been interesting, I will say, because it's all... they get sent to a Kree outpost in the future after after Earth has been mostly destroyed. It's very weird. But it's been an interesting watch so far. Honestly, with the way that season 4 ended of Agents of Shield, I thought they were gonna like end up in with the the little postscript essentially of season 4. It looked like they were going into space, but I was originally thinking, oh, are they doing the sword base? But it's not that. They got sent to a thing in the future. I don't know if the whole season is going to be that. I imagine it is, but then again, season 4 made me think that the whole season was going to be about Robbie Reyes's Ghost Rider, and that didn't end up being the case. But yeah, we'll see where it goes. One thing that I'm finding curious about season 5 of Agents of Shield is that I haven't looked this up, so I don't know what the story is behind it, but Fitz does not get arrested and sent to the base along with the rest of the agents. So I was like, okay. And he hasn't shown up in the episodes I've watched so far, so I'm like, okay. Is the actor actually going to be in this season? I don't know if he like took a break or something. I didn't check to see if he's still getting credited, so it's possible that like he had another commitment this season or something. But I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I'm almost thinking I should start up a podcast where I'm going through and covering all the Marvel stuff that I'm watching. But it's been a fun time. Like Agents of Shield, I'm mostly interested in seeing how the season goes. With Runaways, I am definitely interested in seeing what happens in that show. I've been enjoying it from the very beginning, so I want to see what happens with those characters. So the show's definitely got me hooked. Although, unfortunately, I don't think I have any minis for those characters. Trying to think. I don't think any of the Runaways are featured in Marvel United in either of the sets because I've got the X-Men boxes for Marvel United as well. I need to give this a little bit of a stir. Because the paint is already starting to dry up in here. You know, let's rehydrate it a little bit. Let's try to make this a little bit thicker. Seeing as it is a little faded. There we go. Try to get this done a little bit faster. It's just tough. Like, these horns have so many nooks and crannies on them. It's tough getting all of the parts quickly. That's going a little thin. I'm probably going to have to do another coat on this. Oh, yeah. Now let's just get a little bit of coverage along there to make sure we got all of the mask covered. Alright, get the rest of this horn. There we go. Fill that in a little bit more. There we go. There, make sure we get every little bit covered. Hope everyone's week went well last week. It's hard trying to stay caught up with people when I'm only doing this twice a week, and then, you know, didn't end up getting to do my second stream last week, so I feel like I missed out. But hope everyone is doing well. Hope work hasn't been too stressful for people. School, what have you. God knows there's enough stuff to be stressed about in the world, and I'd like to help make that a little bit less for people when they're coming to hang out, so I hope I am succeeding on that. Okay. It's fun trying to get right into these little spots right here. Oh, I completely missed that. Let me get that real quick. Okay. Do that area. I don't know, I feel like it might be the primer I'm using this time around. I got a new can of primer because my old one ran out. And I feel like the paint is sticking so much better with this new primer. Like, I didn't get anything super special. I just got a can of Tamiya primer. But it's like I said, it feels like the paint is sticking better than usual. Alright, cool. We got the head done. Let's go and get the cape done next. This is going to be also a little bit tough to do, and I gotta give this another mix. It's starting to solidify a bit too much. But yeah, there's so many nooks and crannies on this model that it's taken quite a lot to hit all the areas that I need. There we go. That might be a bit too thin, but we'll see. We'll see how it ends up working. Worst that happens is I just need to do another coat on this. Like, thankfully, you know, we got pretty well covered on the head, so I'm not too worried about needing to go over that again. At least not until we start doing the detail work, so. Yeah, you know what? I might actually need to add some more paints, because we're just kind of getting a really wet green at this point. So let me actually add some paint back into this. Gonna try to get the color to match again. It's one of the biggest things with doing this kind of stuff is I'm always worried that I'm not gonna have the right color. Like, we can kind of work with that, because what we can end up doing is if the color isn't quite right, a lot of the detail work will kind of even things out. So it's not a huge concern. Let's get one more in here, just because I want to make sure I have enough paint for doing this too. because we ended up using so much for the head, and I still need to go through and do another coat on the head as well, so I want to make sure we have plenty of paint on the palette for this. Okay. It should be mixed enough. Okay. I think we're gonna do one more thing of green, just to tone it down just a tad more. I think that will get us the shade we want. Like I said, if it's not quite right, once we start to go do the highlighting and low lighting, all the shading work, that is a good time to even out the areas, because you can really mask a slightly mismatched color with some blending between the areas, so should be perfect. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Let's get this closed up. Add in a bit of water, thin it out. There's a little bit more to work with, too. Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay. Let's get this going again on the cape. Yeah, that's might be a little too much green in there, but honestly, I think it'll work fine. Hang on. There's a little spot right here. There was a little fiber that looked like it was like a little thread from when I did the priming that hadn't quite gotten rid of, so just had to clear that out. Yeah, you know what? I'm seeing this. This is looking pretty dang close to the helmet, so I think we got the mix mostly right. Oh, so something I haven't talked about in a while, but wanted to bring up again because I do want to do this once I like have some time to work with. I would like to do a weekend stream if I can. Like not the whole weekend, but like, you know, either Saturday or Sunday, depending on what I can make work. I'd like to try to make a regular weekend morning stream. And do some stuff that doesn't quite fit with what I usually do. What I'm primarily thinking of is doing more. I think I've talked about this in a stream before, but doing more simulator stuff. Like it kind of fits with with a Mellow aesthetic too, so who knows, it might work well for a Monday stream at some point too, but yeah, like I was thinking about doing some Elite Dangerous on VR, because when I play Elite Dangerous, I'm not doing the combat so much as I'm doing exploration mode, where I basically just fly around and try to find systems and scan all the little planets that are in them, to go sell off that data. That's pretty much how I play Elite Dangerous. Like, there's tons of ways to play it, but I don't really do any of the combat stuff. Nor am I good enough at math and accounting to try to make money off of the trading system that they have in there, because you can go like buy and sell trade goods between systems and stuff like that, and it's like, yeah, I don't know if I have the skills to do the math involved in making that work. Like, I feel like I'd have to have a spreadsheet for trying to maximize the profits on that. Versus exploration, like, I just get to fly around and find stuff and scan it and just sell that stuff without having to think about, well, how much am I paying for this? Because with exploration, outside of maybe fuel, but even then, like, I put a fuel scoop on my ship so that I can just fly by the star or stars that are in the system that I am currently scanning. I can just get my fuel that way. So, like, it's the most chill way I can play that game, which I like a lot. And I do want to get back to playing it. I did try to load it up like a month or two ago. And you can tell it's been a while since I've loaded it up, because they are in a completely new expansion at this point that I hadn't played. And as soon as I loaded it up, I was in a first-person shooter training mission, and it's like, okay, this is brand spanking new, because they didn't have any FPS stuff in there previously. Like, when I stopped playing it originally, they had just added in planetary landing. Like, you can actually fly up and land on planetoids and, like, get in these little rover vehicles to drive around. That was new when I stopped playing originally. So this was quite a surprise when I hop in. It's like, oh, it's got me in a first-person shooter training mission kind of thing, which was fun enough. It's not really my thing, but I could see why people would like to play the game that style, because, you know, you get like a pretty seamless transition going from on foot on a planet to getting into the ship and then flying off the planet. Like, that's pretty cool. But that being said, not really what I picked up Elite Dangerous for. I mean, what I originally picked up Elite Dangerous for was I I got in on the Kickstarter for Star Citizen because I didn't know about Elite Dangerous. And let me tell you, Star Citizen was probably the biggest mistake I put money into. I hate the, you know, slight that project, but it is, Star Citizen is, I feel, overly ambitious for the group that's working on it, because they still don't have a release for it, kind of thing. Like, it's still like alphas and stuff like that, and like they're still just trying to get, like, they are not trying to do it in a staged way, which I think is the problem. So when I say doing it in a staged way, if you look at Elite Dangerous released with a space sim. You could do exploration, you could do combat, you could do trading. Those were the big things. You could fly around to different stations. You had a whole galaxy to go through, which, like, it's a whole procedurally generated Milky Way galaxy, which is cool. Like, they've got all that. And that was what they released the game as. They didn't have any, like, you know, planetary landing stuff. They didn't have any out-of-ship stuff. That kind of thing. But over time, they've come out with different expansions, and they've added that stuff in. So, like, they're doing a staged approach where they will come out with something, it does what it needs to do in that expansion, but they have a game that they can release, and they can add more stuff in an expansion, which is, I believe, the right way to do it, versus Star Citizen went with the plan of, it's going to do all of this stuff, and then not releasing a game, like a 1.0 of the game, because they want to get everything into the 1.0 of the game. And it's just like, guys, come on, like, can you please just release the space sim part of it? You don't need to get a first-person shooter campaign in there. Like, just get the space sim part of it done, please. So I like I said, I feel like they're taking the wrong path for it. Not to mention, they have a tremendous amount of feature creep in their plans. So Um, it's one of those things where I'm not super confident that they're ever going to have something released in 1.0 for Star Citizen. I wish them the best of luck, but I can play an early access Star Citizen, or I can play Elite Dangerous and actually like play a game that is, you know, done as far as the feature set that they went with for it. And then if I want to do the other stuff, then I can do the other stuff. But it's a staged approach where they can not have a ton of feature creep. Not to mention one of the issues that I have, one of the other issues I have with Star Citizen is their monetization for it. So they haven't released a 1.0 of the game yet, right? They are still crowdfunding and raising money for it by selling ships for the game, but these are like ships that are going to be in the release version of the game, but they're selling them for like hundreds of dollars. So it's like, oh, cool, like you're buying a ship that doesn't exist for a couple $100s. And the ship doesn't even exist in the game yet. Because in a lot of cases, these are planned ships, and you are paying for something that they probably don't even have a walk-in model of yet. Because one of the things that you can do in Star Citizen right now is, in their demos and stuff like that, you can, first-person shooter style, you can walk through the ships that you own, assuming that they have them. But they're like, again, they're selling these ships for a game that hasn't released yet, and in some cases, you can't even walk around the ship that you're buying yet. So it's just, I have a lot of issues with that style of monetization. So, I don't know. That's just me. Like, I know no fault to anyone that is excited about Star Citizen. If it is something that you enjoy in the state that it's in, more power to you. Please, I'm not going to shame you for enjoying something that doesn't hurt anyone. But it's, yeah, for me, the monetization is kind of really out of whack as far as I'm concerned. So, I might need to rehydrate this a little bit. Running out of paint and it's getting a little dry. Here, let me give this a quick mix. There we go. That should work. hope everyone's enjoying the music that I got going with this too. It's more music from the artist that I have linked in the text at the bottom of the screen there, for their YouTube channel. Yeah, I found another long form video from them that's it's got some nice chill music that has a long runtime on it because it's like 10 or 12 hours. It's like, cool, then I won't have to look at a screen and see if I need to start a playlist over or anything like that. It's like, I can just set it on this one video and just let it go. But yeah, I'm liking this artist a lot. I'm gonna see if I can try to feature more artists on here. That's the big thing for me is I want to feature stuff on here, but at the same time I need to be aware of copyright and stuff like that. Really found that out when I went to go upload or export out the VOD of when I was doing, what was it? When I did the paint job for Daredevil, I want to say. Because we were listening to the Undertale soundtrack for that stream. Granted, I'm not monetizing my VOD backups on YouTube, but I did get a flag on that video for it featuring copyrighted music, so I need to be very aware of that stuff when I actually go to export streams out to YouTube now. So I'm gonna try to find more stuff that is royalty free that I can do on here. That way I don't have to worry about stuff getting flagged, but at the same time I also want to make sure that I credit the people that I am covering on here, because they deserve to have recognition too. Their work deserves to get eyes on it, and I want to make sure that I am giving them those eyes. So there we go. Oh yeah, so like I was saying before, want to try to get an extra streaming day added in somewhere, for kind of doing simulator type stuff. Elite Dangerous is certainly top of my list for doing a simulator stream, because that's nice and relaxing. Something that I don't have to concentrate too hard on. That way I'm still able to converse with people during a stream. And one of the nice things is I can do it in VR as well, and I have some nice ways of being able to watch chat while I'm in VR, so should be able to make that work. Oh god, I'm running out of paint here. Just need to get the foot done, get enough coverage on it. Yeah, I think I might need to mix a little bit more. It's because suit is not quite fully covered. It's like very thin in certain areas, so boom, 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 boom. Let's make sure we get all this covered as best we can. But yeah, so outside of doing some Elite Dangerous on stream, I've got a good setup for, like, I've got all the things I need for being able to stream the original Steel Battalion on Xbox, like the original Xbox. It is a wacky, well, wacky as far as like the hardware involved in it, but Steel Battalion is a ridiculous mech simulator game that required a whole controller that you had to buy with the game to play it. Like, no lie, this controller takes up most of my computer desk. It's that big. And it has foot pedals that go along with it too. Like, it is a ridiculous piece of hardware. But it is such a fun concept for a game. And I would love to show it on stream. One of the well, it's like when I go to do it, like, if I'm gonna stream that game, I'm going to not only, you know, show off the game and how it looks, which, you know, it looked pretty good for the generation that it came in, because it was original Xbox, so, like, it's not stunning as far as, you know, games nowadays, but at the time, like, it was a decent looking game for the original Xbox. But, you know, as cool as it would be to just show off the game, like, the big thing is I need to get the camera set up so that I can show off the controller as well while I'm playing, because let me tell you, that controller is really cool to see, and when you watch someone play using that controller, it's really, really cool, because, I mean, it's not just, you know, you've got, you know, sticks and buttons and stuff like that. Like, that would be interesting enough with the setup to make you feel like you're sitting in a mech cockpit, but, like, it's got ridiculous stuff. Like, you have to go through a whole startup sequence with the mech. So, like, you have a bunch of toggle switches that you need to flip through, and, like, these things are just there for the startup sequence of the mech. Like, they're not there for anything else aside from the startup sequence. So, like, you've got that kind of stuff, and you have to know the order to do those things in. Like, it's very important. Like, when you get the game, if you haven't played it before, like, the game comes with a manual that is written from the perspective of this is an actual mech. So, like, it's a training manual for the controller written from the perspective of this is a real mech. And you are expected to read that manual. Like, it's very much a game that gives you the things you need to play it and expects you to use the things that it gives you. I say this because you've got the first mission in the game is the tutorial mission. You get in your mech. The instructor is there to ostensibly guide you through this tutorial mission. And as he's getting ready, the base becomes under attack. And you aren't even told how to start up the mech because a battle is happening. So you need to have read the manual to know how the startup sequence for the mech works. That way you can get the thing started up and participate in the battle. For this tutorial mission that you're in, it's ridiculous, but I love it. And it's, you go through all of that. One of the other big things in the game outside of, knowing how to run this mech, which in game terminology, they're actually not mechs, they're VTs, which is vertical tank, which fun terminology. But yeah, so you've got your VT that you need to know how to pilot before you actually even start up the game. But you've got, as part of running the VT, you need to build a pilot profile for yourself when you start up the game the first time. Which, standard stuff. It's your save file, essentially. But there is only one save slot on your pilot profile. If I'm going about it like, typically games will give you like, you've got a list of auto saves or manual saves that are all part of your your individual profile on the thing, right? On Steel Battalion, you've got just one. It is the current state of your game. So you can't like roll back to a previous save and try to do save scumming essentially to try to get a better outcome for a mission and stuff like that. It is always using whatever your latest state is. And to add to that, as part of piloting the VT, you need to know, hey, do I need to eject out of this VT? It has buttons dedicated for ejecting out of your vertical tank, because you need to make that judgment call when you're in a mission of, do I think I can survive this, or do I need to eject and, live to fight another day? Because here's the thing. With the game only ever knowing what your current state of your save file is, if you are in a mission and you are about to blow up and you don't eject you blow up inside your VT, and you are dead. And when that happens, it deletes your save game, so your entire pilot profile gets deleted off the system. So you need to be very aware of, hey, I need to eject out of this, otherwise I am going to lose my save game. But that being said, you can't just eject out willy-nilly either, because if you eject out, you lose that VT. Like, that one is gone. You can buy another one if you have the cash for it, but if you don't have the cash for it, that's it. You don't have the cash. You lose because you are not able to buy a new VT. And that is game. It's game over. Make a new save file. So it's a pretty punishing game when you come down to it. But it's just such an interesting concept, too. Like, it's trying to be as real as possible in the simulator category, which I think is really, really cool. I wish more games would kind of really try to bring you into the world like that. Now, granted, that's not for everyone. Like, I totally understand if the fear of having your save game wiped because you didn't eject out of your mech during the mission, if that seems a bit extreme to you. And I totally understand. Like, any other game, I would totally have that gripe too. But I don't know, it just seems to work really well for Steel Battalion for what it is, because it is trying to be representative of this is real. This is what you're playing, kind of thing. So, like, you are the person that is piloting this tank. It's not just it's not just a situation of, yeah, the game is gonna, you better do well, otherwise, you'll see the game over screen, kind of thing. Like, it really tries to make you feel like you're part of that environment. So, I don't know. I like that concept a lot, and granted, with that game, it would be very hard for me to be chatting on stream, because a lot of my concentration would be devoted to playing. But I think it would look super cool to stream it, because then you actually get to, like, see me use the controller and have to contend with this big honkin' controller that I have to use effectively to play the game. So yeah. Steel Battalion's definitely on the list of stuff that I'd like to stream for a simulator day, Actually, you know what? Got a couple spots that need a little bit. The neck right here is missing a couple spots. And right here is also missing some spots. Like, I went through this and some of the paint was a little thin, so it kind of came off of the edges. So there's definitely some, like, white spots. Just give this a quick over of all of this. Hey, RJ, how's it going? First day back at work from COVID. Had to take a nap. Glad I didn't miss it. Well, I'm glad you're, well, I'm not going to say I'm glad you're back at work, but I hope you're doing well after all that. I just realized I have this stuff oriented wrong. I am going to fix so that the chat is actually above the frame like it should be. Hopefully that fixed it. Still getting used to having the chat box set up like that. Hey, the chat box does look to be working. No one likes work, but doctor gave me the okay. I am wearing a mask until Wednesday out of abundance of caution. Well, you know what? I know probably some of the people you work with don't really care, but if I was in that situation, I would greatly appreciate that you're being cautious. So, testing negative. Yay! Awesome. That's good to hear. Oh, since you weren't here on Thursday to see, I have Rocket Raccoon from when I did the stream last time, so that's what I did on the last Mellow Monday stream. Yeah, the guy who was hospitalized last year told me I don't need to wear a mask, and I was like, I don't need that on my karma. Yeah, fair. It's, yeah. I will consistently not understand people that have had COVID before and got it, like, really bad. You know, that blaster coloration came out great. Yeah, I'm really happy with how it came out. Like, I went through and did a ton of shading on the barrel of it, so. Yep, the glowy bit. It came out really, really good. And actually, when you see it in person, I did some weathering effect on the gun as well. So it looks really, really good. Like, it looks like it's a well-worn gun. So. Alright, that should be good. Just gotta thin that out a little bit. Who you're doing now, is that Freya? It is Hela from the expansion box. Right mythology, wrong character. Oh yeah, Freya is Thor's stepmom. Yes. Or mother, I think. I can never remember if it's mother or... I mean, for Loki, it's definitely stepmother, but... I am not sure. I think it's Thor's mother. Could be wrong on that, though. Well, no judgments, but Thor seems like he doesn't have great parental models around him. Yeah, true. Odin, for sure, is not a great role model. Although, still sad to see him pass in Thor Ragnarok. Anthony Hopkins played him really well, and especially, God, going back to Thor Ragnarok, Anthony Hopkins playing Odin, except it's not actually Odin, it's actually Loki playing Odin, like, Anthony Hopkins played that layered thing so well. There. Alright. Gotta try to get into those corners a bit. If only I could get all the rich, preppy males I know in my life to read some of the better Thor-Odin dynamics. Says a lot about coming from a well-off family and having fucked up parents. Yeah. Very true. I feel like I'm going outside of the camera there. Trying to keep on. What'd you think about Fennec's character arc last Saturday? I really enjoyed it. Yeah, so for reference for other people that might be watching, I am in a role-playing group with RJ, and yeah, his character's summon died, and it was very, very emotional, to say the least, and it worked out really well. I was really happy with how it all ended up turning out. You did a really good job with that. I'm so excited for the development of that character. Yeah, like, it was... Like, I was worried because I really didn't want your character to, like, die, like they were supposed to when the summon died, but no, you really did a fantastic job with pulling in the new summon. Actually started rough drafting some stuff. I got too emotional to write it. Let it cool off. Yeah. Well, you, like, I mean, again, like, we're not super far into that campaign either, but it's hard. Like, that, you've had that summon for a while now, and you put a lot of work into it, so having it die was just very rough. Like, honestly, you know, it's, as I've said in our Thursday group quite a bit, if my character ever dies, or our friend Justin's character ever dies, it's going to be real rough for either of those characters, because they really can't exist without the other. Yeah, the Eidolon appeared in Fennec's life after he lost his husband, so losing Tulip is like losing the husband all over again. Yeah, it's real rough, and you played, like, honestly, as soon as you started doing the voice for the new summon, it was like, oh, good God, I hate this thing, but you're doing it a fantastic job with it, but I hate this. I hate this new summon. The voice is just so disturbing in a good way. You are very blessed to have such a good role-playing group. Felt weird, like Fennec kind of matured, became more cynical. Yeah, I mean, to really... I do have a Nightbot, yep. Yeah, like our groups are really good about the role playing part of it, and like um even our Friday group for Starfinder, like, you know, those characters are really well fleshed out. Um, I know when we first started, like outside of Liz, other people didn't have a super well established backstory like Seth's character does, but um, it was also not especially played up. But I feel like everyone has really done a good job of playing out their character more in that game, and I'm really excited to see where it goes with that. Caddock needs some subtlety, honestly. I need to work on him. I think playing this stupid brute is lazy. I wouldn't say it's lazy. You're going with the easiest way to play that character, I would say. Um, but I wouldn't call it lazy because you're playing the character as how you would think that the character would react to the stuff that he's involved in. Honestly, the thing you do best with that character is doing uh, all of the establishing of stuff for the race that he is, because it's not really well done in the splat book for that. So I feel like you've done a ton of work on fleshing out the race of Caddock, adding a lot of mythology there and how their society works. So, but I think you're playing Caddock very well. I certainly won't stop you from doing more with him. Man, while I'm thinking of it, I should draw while you paint. Yeah, go for it. Like, this is a nice chill stream, and I am happy to have people do whatever is nice and chill for them as well. You know, talking about our Starfinder game, I appreciate that you had drawn out the ship and stuff like that, and do not worry, we will be doing more stuff with the ship. Just having a remote game was making it a little bit difficult to really do a more involved starship combat for that. Been looking for reasons to use my drawing tablet. Just gonna smoke a brick of opium, then if I can just do anything. Yeah, this is gonna be a little tough to see on the camera, but I'm trying to get her shoulder. And actually, I think I need to remix this a little bit. It's starting to thicken too much. There we go. It should be better. You don't hear music? Is it turned down too low? Hang on. Yeah, it's faint. I can turn it up a little bit if you are not hearing it though. It's tough. It's trying to get the right mix of voice and music is It's tough. I try to do a recording as a sound check a few times before I start up a stream just to make sure that I can get the music level about right. So... But I always appreciate being told how the mix is, because God knows I can try judging it, but it's only once I go live that I can really have someone check it. Plus, people like to chill and listen to their own music, so it's all good. Yeah, exactly. Okay, trying to get this shoulder is real rough with all these horns in the way. Oh, did I tell you I've been using Krita? I think it's open source. It is. Yeah, I use Krita whenever I try to do some drawing stuff too. It is probably the best drawing software that I've come across, open source at least. Yeah. Yeah, it's a great piece of software. I have it on Linux. I also I bought it on Steam on Windows, so that could help support it too. So. Bought it. Is there support for the purchased one? Yeah. You can just buy it through Steam. It's mainly just to support the project. Like either you can like do donations on their website or whatever, but I also like my desktop computer is Windows, so having like it's much easier to do drawing on that machine than one of my Linux laptops. So it's like, you know what? I'm just gonna buy Krita on Steam and hook up my tablet there. So. So what kind of tablet did you get out of curiosity? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's that I think I'm trying to remember what I have. I have one of Wacom's tablets. I can't remember which one I have. But yeah, they're nice. They're nice drawing tablets. Their pens are fantastic. There we go. touch up the face a little bit more. Then I think I can do the eyes, and then do all the detail work. Did some market research for a good starter one. Yeah, no, it's a great little drawing tablet, and obviously they're kind of like the main player in that space anyway, so. You know what? Gotta do a little bit on the face just to try to get... Oops. Gotta go a little bit more on the face just to try to get... There's a couple spots. It doesn't show up well. Here, let me zoom in. Like, just around the lips and the chin. It's not quite... fully covered. Like, there's a few spots that's just like, that's still, you can see the under layer of paint on it. Lipstick for? No reference, doesn't have it, but she needs... I actually have the paints for doing that. So I was gonna do red, and I was just gonna darken it up. Try to get it as dark a red as I possibly can to do her lips. So, all right. Besides, like, if I just leave it like that, like, I'm gonna do her teeth. But I don't think there will be enough definition without doing lipstick on her, so. Turquoise to match accent or black. I'm gonna do basically the darkest red that I possibly can for the lips, so. Feel like that'll give it a little bit of a different feel from the rest of the outfit if I do like a slight red tint compared to the rest of the thing, so. Alright, let's do the eyes and the teeth real quick, because then that is less than I have to worry about later. And you know what? I'm not even going to bother putting this in the palette because I just have so little white that I need to do for this. Alright, so let's hope that zooms in well enough. And actually it looks pretty good. I'm really happy with how this camera turned out. It's a huge step up from the original camera I had. So, we'll do this. It's a little bit messy, but we'll go back over with some of the black after to try to fix it up. Yeah, I know you probably haven't looked at the previous painting streams, but I have them uploaded to YouTube channel to save the VODs, seeing as I don't have a way of doing that on Twitch right now. But yeah, the other painting streams are functional, but the camera that I had was terrible. it was enough to see the outline of a lot of the stuff, and you couldn't get like any detail on it because it didn't have an autofocus. It had exactly one focal length on it, and I could never figure out where that was. So it just didn't really end up working that well for doing painting stuff. So I ended up getting a document camera because I saw that was recommended online, and that worked. I mean, this is what I'm using right now. It works so much better. You know what? We are gonna see if I can get. Yeah, no, like the document camera is working fantastic for this. Like you can actually see detail now. It's fantastic. I'll have to show you the camera when you come over. It's really cool. It's got a lot of stuff built into it too. So like, I can set a focus lock if I find a spot that works especially well for where the camera is sitting, as far as it, you know, it's got the right amount of focus where I want it, kind of thing. Instead of having autofocus on, I can just lock it so that the focus stays locked at that spot, which is nice. But like all of these controls are just on the camera itself, so I don't have to go through software to get at it. So like the zoom thing that I did before, that's just buttons that are on the camera stand that I can just adjust. And then I can adjust like the exposure, so like I can dial it in if I want to get it darker so that you can actually see the stuff color-wise a little bit better. Probably about there is pretty good. It's got a light built into the camera as well, so that I just have that turned on for doing that stuff. I can set filters on it. Yeah, it's really fancy. It was a very worthwhile purchase for doing this type of thing, so. And it wasn't excessively priced either. I was surprised. It was like a little over $100, which is expensive for a camera, but given what it does, I'm pretty happy with it. Hey, Libra, how's it going? I'm not doing too bad. I hope you're doing well. There we go. Okay. Going good. Just going to be working while watching stream. Love my remote job so far. That's awesome. Someone in the chat who isn't me. Yeah, how's the remote job working? You were talking about it a little bit last time. Sounds like it was going pretty well. Going good, nice pay, and I can just start and stop working whenever I want. I can work for 1 hour in the morning, 30 minutes later in the day if I want. Wow, that's awesome. Sounds great. Oh, meant to ask too. How's you are still recovering from COVID last time we talked. Everything all good after all that? Oh yeah, all good. Went a few days ago and got my second booster, completely forgetting that you aren't supposed to get it within a few weeks of COVID. Oh yeah. Yep, that's a thing. I still gotta go get my second booster. I'm glad everything turned out okay with it, though. I'm just getting over COVID from last week, yep. Yep, it's, fun times. You know, I'm gonna knock on wood right now because I haven't caught COVID yet, and I'm hoping to keep it that way. At the very least, I'd like to not catch it so that I don't put my partner at risk. Because my partner is in the risk category for that. So COVID sucks, but I'm glad it gets better each time you get it. First time is so rough. Had COVID, oh my god, 4 to 5 times? Yeesh. I'm a pro at this. My doctor told me that there wasn't much point since the antibodies last 6 months, but come winter time, I should be good for the next booster they roll out. Yeah, I'm due for my second. Well, I say due for my second booster. There really isn't any guidance on that at this point, so it's basically just me wanting to go get it. But it's been a little over 7 months since I got my last booster, so it's about time. And my partner already got their second booster, so it was just until stated otherwise 6-month boosters, yeah. So my partner already got their booster, so it's about time for me to get mine too. Yeah, this was my first roll with COVID. I didn't know fever slaps so hard when you get old. Yeah. I mean, at least in your case, you got it when you already had, you know, what, your 2 COVID shots and your booster, so that's not too bad. Whereas my brother got... I was legit telling my wife goodbyes and shit. Yeah, I mean, you figure my brother and his partner got it right when COVID was starting, so there was no vaccine yet, and they had it pretty rough. I was worried, like, the beginning, like, especially, you know, when COVID first hit, like, that was legit a concern of, you know, is this going to have lasting consequences? Is he going to make it through this kind of thing? So and now what, they've had it, I want to say 2 more times since then. Let's see if we can get a good mix of green for this. So, go. that. Want to try... It's kind of like a bluish green, so I'm going to add in some sky blue and see if that gets it to about the right color that I want. Did you get the 2 a.m.-ish cold shivers with COVID, or your first vaccine dose? I woke up so cold, wrapped in like 4 blankets and still violently shivering. Yeesh! I don't know how it was for RJ. When I got my COVID shots, I had no reaction. I got very lucky. I think this needs to be more blue than green. Had Moderna, and it seems like violent cold spells and nausea, plus the soreness is the main reactions. I had all of those first time, second time, nothing at all. Yeesh. Yeah, I had, all of my shots were Pfizer. And talking to other people who also had Pfizer, it seems like they all had some reactions to it too. Like I said, I lucked out. I had 0 reactions to any of my shots. It's Moderna gang, second Moderna shot, kicked me pretty hard, but the fever was not too bad. Lost about 24 Gs. Yeah, like, with me, I lucked out, had 0 reactions to any of the shots. I did preemptively take the following day off after my second shot, just to be on the safe side, in case I did have a reaction, which didn't end up happening. But hilariously enough, did not have, didn't have any problems with the shot, but I accidentally, like, sliced my finger open while I was making lunch the day after the shot, so I had to go to the hospital to get that stitched up. It's just like, cool. This is how I wanted to spend my day off. First time I had COVID, I got through it with ibuprofen with energy drink a day. The energy drink gave like 3 hours of not dying watching YouTube in bed. COVID, though, the fever was pushing 103, so yeah, mega want a week off from work. Instead, I got immune system work. Jeez. As soon as it hits 5 in a minute here, I'm going to be lurking a bit, but the way the job works, I'll still be able to chat a bit due to downtime. I'm totally happy with you lurking, too. It's not a big problem either way. Always happy to chat, but it is perfectly cool just having you hang out, too. Have a physical job and I'm still kind of winded, which sucks. Yeah. Were you doing... So, RJ, were you doing mostly warehouse work today, or did you get to do any driving? I have like 11 minutes to do a task, but the task takes like 3 minutes to do. Time varies, but usually I have like 90% of the timer still. Jeez. Well, that's fun, though. I'm glad that you're able to do that kind of job. Remote jobs are fantastic. I'm a driver, so most of my work is delivery, but when you're delivering 300-pound boilers, and it's still taxing, yeah. Yeah, I didn't know if they were, like, going easy on you when you got back after having the week off, so... Nah, blue-collar code is show up for work if you're gonna do the job, yeah. Yeah. It's rough that it's that way, but I get it. That's the way the job is. You know what? I'm gonna add a little bit of water to this to try to thin it out a little bit more. If I have any issue, I'm a team... Well, there you go. See, at least you got that. Tech job, I don't even have a union, so... Got nothing to work with on that. That is something that's really lacking from my industry, is any sort of union representation. Although it's nice to see that at least the video game industry seems to be organizing, which is awesome. They desperately needed that. With the way the work situations were there. Yeah, those crunch periods are brutal. Yeah, well, it's that, and yeah, it's a lot of dealing with crunch, and then it's also a situation of just given a lot of the bigger companies out there just have like really bad sexual harassment issues. Right now, I just got done with a task that took 3.5 minutes, but it has an 8.8 minute timer. Get fired for turning in early. Mutual company worker thing. Keeping this average completion time helps everyone. Yeah. Yeah, always take the maximum time allotted. That way you're not messing up other people. Don't mind me asking, how much do you get as a driver? Just getting $14 an hour for what I do. Yeah, RJ will have to help you out with that, because I do not know. Just love the variable hours mostly. I have 3.6 hours so far this week, so Sunday to Saturday. If I only need 10 to meet my quota, you can get up to 20 hours and do a week, and they offer 8 extra hours usually if you meet your 20. That's cool. Comfortably at in the 20 plus per hour without saying too much, because internet stranger. I also drive a big truck, not CDL, though I do have the DOT card. Doing it for 7 years now. I have excellent work history and capably union negotiate my salary. Yeah, the union thing is the big thing. Like, having that extra part is really nice. Barely even any jobs. That's why I had to go remote for tech. Yeah, like, unless you're in a big tech hub area, it's real rough to try to get into the tech industry. Although, like, at least it seems like a lot of places are trying to go remote, which is nice, but a lot of them are trying to go back to in office, and it's less like, no, you don't need to do that. Sounds like evaluate search engine results to train AI. Yep. That's cool stuff. Hey, you know what? We're always training our replacement when it comes to AI. Do you mind if I post a link in chat? No, I think you should be able to. Although this will be a fun time to find out if I'm wrong on that. If it bounces it, I can always fix that. Nope, apparently not. Hang on, let me fix that. No, you cannot post links to NFT scams. Hang on a second, I'm gonna see if I can fix Nightbot. Oh yeah, hang on a sec. Add user. There we go. Yeah, apparently it's very aggressive link blocking. It's just Nightbot doing its thing. Doubling view count. Yeah, I just added you to the regulars, Libra, so it should hopefully not bounce you for posting links. Yeah, give it another shot, and I'm sorry in advance if it times you out again. Oh god, no, why? Nightbot. I'm sorry, hang on. Links. Just gonna disable this for right now. Oh, Nightbot, why? Why you do this? Alright. I have disabled Nightbot disabling link. Alright, I have disabled Nightbot filtering links right now. So I'm desperately hoping that fixes it for you. I'm sorry about that. It is a constant thing of trying to make sure that's not just gonna get spammed in here, but also making it so that people can do it the right way. But I've at least disabled the link blocking for right now. Uh-oh. Hang on a sec. Sorry about that, Libra. I just got your DM. I'm so sorry that you're timed out. You know what? We are gonna do this easier way. Doing this with a really fine brush, and I feel like that is not quite the way I want to do it. I'm gonna try doing some dry brushing to get the rest of the details done, because otherwise it's gonna take a very long time to do all of the accent work. Well, Libra, I'm very sorry that you got timed out. Hopefully, hopefully it won't be as brutal once you come back. sliding the figure out of the camera. Can't do that if I'm trying to stream it. You know what, we got most of the big areas that I wanted to get. Now I can actually go in with the smaller brush and get a little bit more detailed with it. You know what, I'm actually gonna zoom this in. That way, a little bit, shows up a little bit better on stream. Trying to get that on camera again. There we go. Alright. Well, RJ, how's your drawing going? I know you're working on that on the tablet at the moment. Establishing the life cycle of Ijitikri. Nice. Someone's got to do it, because Paizo certainly didn't put enough detail into the book, so you got to get hired for Paizo and show them all your work that you did for Ijitikri. Time for more comic panels. Nice. I really like the comic format. Lets me try little doodles and allow a story. Yeah, no, it's cool. Plus, gives you enough structure for guidance, so. Be right back. I'm gonna check to see if I can do anything with Nightbot to... Oops. I'm not logged in. There we go. Apparently I can't disable the timeout. Oh well. Still figuring out Nightbot. I was really hoping I could, like, remove the timeout, but the webpage doesn't seem to give me a good option for that. Return from the ashes. I am so sorry, Libra. I thought that I had this right stuff configured so that you wouldn't get blocked for trying to share links, but apparently I messed up on that. As nice as it as Nightbot seems to be to get configured, it's got some areas that are severely lacking from the interface. It's all good. I got sniped. Quick attack them right now. They're too cocky. Yeah, supposedly I turned off link blocking, but I guess share links at your own risk, because I don't know if Nightbot actually picked that up. Instead of linking it, I'll just say the name of the job. It's US Raider at TELUS International, since I have like 20,000 workers. I'm safe to say, yeah. Yeah, big company like that will definitely, it's hard to pick you out from among the group. Terrible job security, though, since I have 20,000 plus workers, co-workers, yeah. You doing okay there, RJ? There you go. Used to be Lion Bridge. Oh, yeah, well, the drawing tablet would certainly make it a little difficult to type at the same time. using it as my main income since I still live at home, but most people use it as a side income because of the self-schedule and 10-hour minimum. Yeah, I mean, if I did not have a full-time job right now, that would actually be pretty tempting for the side cash kind of thing. Still new, so I'm in the honeymoon phase, but I'm sure I'll hate my life soon enough. Well, I mean, it is a job, so that's pretty much guaranteed. Who knows? You know, it might be a decent side job if I ever decide to get out of the place I'm at, because I'm sure at some point in time I will be doing something else. There we go. Do a little bit of touch up on the accents, but I think we got this pretty good. There we go. 2 more followers until follower goal is reached. What is Crazy? Oh my god, you don't know what Crazy Taxi is? Oh no. Crazy Taxi is an old arcade, well, old. It's an arcade game from the mid to late 90s, I want to say. Where you played a taxi driver that drove around, picked up people, and dropped them off to their destination as fast as possible. I actually made a costume of the character Axel from the game. How long ago now? RJ's seen the costume. It was before COVID, that's for sure. But yeah, I made the Axel costume way long ago. But yeah, I made the costume before COVID. And yeah, it seemed like a good follower goal thing to do. So haven't done a costume in a while as far as like make something. Because COVID really got in the way for that. So when your partner introduced themselves to me, that helps you time-wise. No, you had known them for longer than that, I thought. Unless you mean, like, came out to you. In which case, yes, that was probably the right time, I think. Gotcha, yep. That makes more sense. But yeah, God, I've even lost track of when that was. Remember the costume and new person? Yep, exactly. actually missing a little spot back here to finish this off completely. There we go. Yeah, I'm trying to think back when that was. That was probably like 2018? No, actually it might have been 2019, because you know what? I do believe that Crazy Taxi was the last costume that I made before COVID hit. Also, needing Liz to walk me through it like I'm a 10-year-old. Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, you know what? I had to be walked through it as well, so you are not alone there. Only gets easier from that point. Okay, so looks like we got all of the work done on the figure itself. I am gonna do the base real quick. That way we can get that taken care of. And then I will start doing the detail work. So actually, if we're gonna do the base, let me zoom out again. Yes, we both know each other, Libra. we are in real life friends as well. Just blew your mind, huh? Yeah, we've been friends for, God, I knew of you in high school, RJ, but I'm not sure we really ever hung out in high school. So, yeah, I live in Kenny's basement. I mean, for a bit, you did come hang out in my basement a lot to play DDR, so... I still have your mat, by the way. I need to give that back to you. Yeah, well... Doesn't know the guy playing Magic the Gathering at lunch. Yeah, I, didn't really ever play Magic. Hung out with some of that group, but it was not a game that I ended up getting into. Still haven't. Yep, I was a band geek. That's why I knew your wife better than I knew you during high school. Because we were both in band, so... Never got in with that. Well, I mean, it's band. Like, unless you happen to be in band, you don't generally get into... hang out with band members too much. Far too many drugs and sex for my liking. Yeah, that's super accurate for bands. Sense shade being thrown, it's an empath. So wait, all bands are like that, not just the one I was in? Yeah. I didn't know you were in band, Libra. What did you play out of curiosity? Is the drummers and trombone player with a mad crowd? I mean, I'm not going to disagree with you on that. 7 years trumpet player, 1 year band captain, 1 year euphonium baritone. Kenny is being discreet. He was a good boy in school. There are plenty of sex and drugs. Kenny just didn't partake. Well, this is true. I am definitely of the straight arrow category. But that's cool. I also played trumpet in high school. Played trumpet middle school, high school. I'm trying to remember if I also played in elementary school a little bit. Haven't touched it since I stopped, since school ended, so. Grew up around it, but that was never... Yeah. Yep. Yep, it was not my area. That being said, as RJ knows, I do not have an issue with other people that are into that. Learned about shoes on power lines my senior year. Yeah, I didn't know about that for the longest time either. Yo, who's losing their shoes up there? Yep. Yeah, a lot of that stuff is just like, I need this explained to me because I certainly can't understand it without any frame of reference, so... I mean, heck, I don't even drink either. Have a bunch of bottles of booze in my house, but it's basically just for cooking. Whenever people try to convince me to, I just said, it's all too expensive for me. I only drank once in my life. Single sip of Budweiser when I turned 21. Tasted terrible. Yep, I have at least tried drinking beer before, but yeah, same reaction. I also didn't really drink on my 21st birthday. I believe I had cake, and that was about it. I was like, 21 is not really going to matter that much to me. And it didn't. 25, on the other hand, was a milestone for me because it meant I could rent a car. Don't mind others doing it, but I don't see the point drinking something bad tasting until you forget how bad it tastes. Yeah, I mean, some people are into it. I think at this point, me and RJ are of the category of it's just we're too dang old for that kind of thing at this point. Sure, some taste good though. I have to imagine some taste good, because it doesn't make much sense to me otherwise. Okay, I need NATO Black. That sounds pretty good. I understand drugs and alcohol. When I was younger, I was super sensitive to it, but now, just like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, RJ, you will have to be the one here for that kind of thing, because God knows I don't understand it, but I like the feeling of a nice meal. Yeah, I do, but at the same time, I'm guessing I just probably have never. It's that, but with other foods. I suppose so, but at the same time, I have never come across something that tasted good to me. Like, the flavor of alcohol is just overpowering in anything that I've tried it in. So. I've tried it, does not work for me. Unless it's like, I guess... No, you know what? I have tried one thing that I like the flavor of, but it was also like a mixed drink that was like extremely low alcohol content. So it's probably just like, hey, this sugar tastes really good. But even then I only had like a sip because it wasn't my drink anyway. But I will have to take your word for it on that, RJ. At a certain alcohol content, is it even considered alcohol to drink pounds of it? I will never speak against someone's sovereign right to sobriety, but I also think that life has so many possibilities. Limiting one's self to one mode of mental state is short-sighted. I mean, yeah, fair enough if that's stuff that you are into, but yeah, it's just never really been something that I've been super interested in either, so. The internal impasse between Kenny and I. Yeah, I mean, it's just something I've never really considered doing. I mean, it probably doesn't hurt that addiction has done a terrible thing in my family history. So, used to smoke weed for a few years and rarely drink. Yeah. Oh yeah, addiction run in your family too, Libra. Trauma dumping, but mine was family related. Yeah, yep. That is certainly a part of it for me, but it's not it's not the only reason. It's just does factor in to a certain extent. Oh, RJ. You know what? I think I can mix this a little bit more. Let's dump that in. There we go. Yeah, there was a while I was chasing the dragon. Kratom really helped. Yeah. You know what? Whatever it takes, man. Dental surgery helped me learn of my love for opiates. Yeah, you've certainly had way more dental stuff than I have. Um, oh wait, this is how you get addicted. Yep, that is certainly the case. But yeah, you have had way more dental issues than I have, so I can see you getting into it that way. Alcohol and drugs was involved in a lot of things from my parents' first divorce. I was super sensitive to it as a kid. They are back together now. Laughed when that happened. Okay, that's good. And please, you know, we're talking about this, but if any of this ends up being like a trigger or something like that, you can also stop talking about it because I want people to feel comfortable in here when we're hanging out. So always happy to change the subject. No, it's all good. I'm comfy. You're painting a spider. Like all things, I can only dose weekly to prevent dependencies resistance. Yeah. You know what? I can actually do the zoom in on this because hitting up this rock and it is gonna need some work, but it's kind of tough just seeing the top area while I'm trying to paint this. Nope, Duolingo is pinging me. Guess it's time to do my lessons. Still got time to do that though. Galaxy brain trucks. Yeah, RJ, I know you've definitely had a history. You know what? We are gonna switch brushes real quick because I'm having trouble getting into the little spots in the back here with the big brush. And actually, I'm gonna need a little bit more of Tornado Black because I have run out. I have a 378-day Duolingo streak on Japanese. Nice! That is awesome. I started Japanese a couple months ago. Definitely not too far in it yet. But I'm currently... Hang on, I gotta double check this, see where I'm at. How far am I on Duolingo so far? I'm doing 8 different languages on Duolingo, so that kind of adds in a lot. So I haven't missed a day since I started Duolingo. I am on a 2,196-day streak. Yeah, it started as I just wanted to try to learn another language, because I had taken a trip and it was like, you know what? It's the first time I've actually been to a country that didn't natively speak English, so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try learning stuff in Duolingo, and it kind of just went on from there. Used a few less than 10 streak freezes for missed days, so sadly I didn't get the special secret skin for the 365 days, no skips. Get a special UI and invited to Duolingo VIP club thing. Nice. Yeah, I guess I haven't checked on that. I basically just been doing the thing, and I haven't really seen if there was anything that I got for it. But now it's just out of habit, essentially. Like, I do most of my lessons in the morning, and then I do a couple lessons at night. But yeah, I'm currently doing... Alright, so... I am currently going through... So from longest to shortest amount of time that I've been doing a language for each of these. So the longest language I've been doing in Duolingo, which I also do all of these languages every day, is I do Swedish, Danish, German, Russian, Spanish, Klingon, Japanese, and Dutch. It's probably way too much, but it's been fun. Want to add each other on Duolingo? Yeah, I will send you my thing later. Yeah, I gotta say, I did not expect to be doing the amount of languages I'm doing in Duolingo when I started it. I was like, okay, well, you know what? I got through most of Swedish. Like, I think I got through Swedish, all the level 1 stuff. I got to the end of it in Duolingo, and I'm like, you know what? I'll continue working through the other lessons that they have in Swedish, but I'm gonna pick up something else. And I added Danish because it was like, okay, let me try this, and thankfully Danish was very similar, so it was very easy to transfer from Swedish over to Danish. Just honed in on Japanese. I'm not very interesting in languages that have Roman characters like English. Yeah, I mean, Japanese has been an interesting one for me, both from a grammatical perspective and learning the scripting for it too. Like, it's required the most amount of work for me to learn, because it's just so vastly different from most of the stuff that I've learned. Like, even Russian I was expecting to be way more difficult than it was. But outside of learning a new alphabet, the grammar structure of Russian is so not super similar, but similar enough to English that it was not that great of a change for me to start learning it. Helps keep my attention and interest up more from the challenge. I also have the Genki 1 text and workbook. Highly recommend it if you want a more structured course from the start to get the grammar drilled in. You're like $80 on eBay. I might have to look that up, because one of the things that has been real rough with Japanese is, you know, I'm learning Japanese without any context for the grammar, so I have to kind of just take guesses a lot of times. So, like, I'm steadily getting better at it while taking guesses in lessons, but I'm not learning it, you know? So I will definitely have to look that up, because, yeah, having something that's more structured is going to be way more useful to me. Make sure it's 3rd edition. It's updated to be less school-like and more daily use. Also, Tai Kim's grammar guide is free online and great too. Awesome. That's good to hear. I will have to look those up. Thank you. Yeah, I will say, of all the languages I'm learning so far, obviously Swedish is the one that I'm most comfortable with, because I've been doing it for so long at this point. I've been doing it for, what, 6 years? So it's the one I'm most comfortable with. It's also a fairly easy language to learn. But the one that's been the most interesting to learn, which may or may not come as a surprise, is Klingon. The way that the grammar works in it is really, really interesting. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun to learn it. Now, granted, as with a lot of this stuff, Duolingo is great for kind of drilling yourself on vocabulary, and not so great for learning the structure of a language, kind of thing. So I actually had to look up a lot of stuff online for Klingon, but it's the way that the language works is really, really interesting, and it's made me want to learn more stuff like it's because it's a lot of combining different words and, well, not so much words. It's a lot of combining words that you have with prefixes and suffixes to modify the word that you are using. Forget the name, but there was an easy language invented specifically to teach you how to use a language by learning. Get yourself into mindset at low difficulty. It's not Esperanto, right? Because that's a constructed language that was meant to be like a world language kind of thing. I think it actually was Esperanto. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. So Esperanto was a constructed language that they made back in, God, I forget. But it was meant to be a language that everyone in the world could learn, kind of thing. Klingon was made for the same reason, plus just for fun, if I recall correctly. Yeah, so, like, originally, it was just made for... Originally, Klingon was just made for the first Star Trek movie. It didn't really have too much of a structure to it, but, you know, they faked it. But it has since developed into a pretty well-researched language that they keep adding to. And it, like I said, it's really interesting in how it's structured. So it really just like teaches you a lot of different ways that languages can work that just most don't. So it's been probably my favorite language to learn so far, just because of how different it is from everything else I've learned, and the way that they use it and stuff like that. So okay, you know what? I was gonna do the lips real quick, so let's actually do that. And then, once I get her lips done, then I can start working on detail work for the rest of it. Oh wow, it's already 7 o'clock. Well, I'm gonna go for a while more anyway, so... Yeah, for you it is 7 o'clock. Or, sorry, 6 p.m. For me, not so much, but... Thankfully, my dog has already done her thing, so I am not worried about her not getting to eat or anything like that. More she's just gonna bother me after a while to want to go to bed, so... Which vacuum of a state do you live in? Let's see if we can get a little bit more. I want to have a little bit more of a red tint on this. Let's see if this works. There we go. That should be good. Blocking the camera. Sorry about that. No. You have me beat RJ because, excuse me. You've been to way more states than I have. Glad I was going through because it was pretty fast. Very poor. Not West Virginia 404. It's technically illegal to walk with an ice cream cone in your back pocket here because of an old law that was made because people would lure and steal other people's horses doing that. Oh man, those old out-of-date laws are always fun to read about. Alright, let's see if I can paint her lips without my hand shaking too much. It's like a happy poor. Clearly low money, but you can see people are pretty content, which is nice. Try to get this back on camera. Oh my god, come on. I got so fine lines that I gotta paint on this. Ooh, this is a very spotty paint job on the lips. I am definitely going to need to take the flesh color and try to fix this mistake. It's good, though, because I actually need to touch up a little spot on her chin anyway that I got some stuff on. So let's grab this and do some touch-up work. Actually, I need to give this a shake. It's not mixed up enough. Wish I could tell people about the things I see while working, but I'm under an NDA. Some weird shit people search through. Oh, God. I can only imagine. Search stuff is always going to be pretty weird. I mean, I am putting this on YouTube later, so yes, don't put stuff in chat that you would not like to have on YouTube. Hey, you know, it's not that I'm putting it up on YouTube to narc out on you. It's that I don't have affiliate status on Twitch, so I can't back up any of my VODs, so having the YouTube channel is the only way that I can actually have the VODs backed up at the moment. Oh, the Kenny from South Park joke? Yeah, No, never got tired of that. Man, I did end up liking that show, but I heard that so many times during school. If you die before me, Kenny, I'll say it one time, just so you'll haunt me. Yeah. There we go. I think I got that fixed, finally. Gotta always make the easiest jokes possible. They have been made a million times before. No originality allowed. Dang, it's already been an hour, 15 minutes. There we go. Alright. We got the face touched up, so actually the lips don't look too bad now. So now, I'm gonna try something here. So, time flies watching Twitch while working. I've never be able to do this job otherwise with ADHD. It's so boring. Yeah, excuse me. You know, as much as I need to focus while I'm doing coding at work, if I did not have, if I was not able to listen to, like, podcasts or something like that, I would go absolutely insane. So, thankfully, I have that, ability to do that, because, yeah. Okay. Get this mixed up, because now we're going to start doing some highlighting work on all the edges. Oh, and Libra, I should be able to help you tomorrow as far as helping with the boredom, because I will be playing some Gravity Rush 2, and I know how excited you were to watch that playthrough, so. Storm coming back. Oh no. I missed that first Gravity Rush 2 stream. Was so sad about that. Well, I did get it uploaded to YouTube, so even if the VOD disappears on Twitch, it should be there. So, how you liking it so far? The 30 frames per second is kind of jarring for me. I'm liking it a lot so far. I will say the one thing that was a little tough for me at first was the focus more on the like ship kind of situation that it is now. But I got up to the area where they actually have like more of a city type thing going on, so it's like, okay, I'm feeling more at home now. So it's been fun. I'm liking it a lot so far. It's much more French vibes in Gravity Rush 2. Yeah, and I mean, even the first game had a lot of French vibes in it too. Like, especially, I can't remember the name of the district that it was. You know what, I'm actually not going to use this brush for this. I don't remember what district it was in Gravity Rush 1, but there were some areas that were, like, extremely French. This one's been a lot of fun so far, but yeah, very much like the first one, I'm getting a lot of French vibes out of certain areas. I played 2 then 1, so it was weird going back since I don't have the nostalgia of 1. Yeah, yeah, I can definitely see that. I think 2 is the better game, but 1 is mechanically better with the remake. Yeah, I liked the remake quite a bit when I was playing it on the PS4. I will say, at the bare minimum, one of the nice things about the about the remake was not having my finger in the middle of the screen while I'm dodging. For as much as I like the Vita, the touchscreen controls were kind of thrown together for certain games, and it definitely felt that way for Gravity Rush 1. I realized a lot of it came down to they just needed something to act as a button, and that was one way to do it, but it also felt very awkward, so... Get this back on camera. There we go. I like the costumes in 2 better than 1. Just sad that you can't get the special costume locked behind online. Yeah, I remember you had said that, and I started to see while playing the second one, that it's like, oh, there's stuff that is locked behind the online, and I'm never gonna see that unless I get like a hacked save or something like that. So... Hack saves cost money, sadly. There is like a black market behind it for GR2. Hopefully that free save editor tool gets released soon. Well, not black market, but still shady. Yeah, I mean, it's you know, against the rules of the system, so yeah, that's gonna be shady. But it's still like that's the only way you're gonna be able to get access to that kind of stuff, you know. Like it's the same way with I'm sure I've said this before, but with Steel Battalion 2 on the original Xbox, it was an online-only game. You can still play it networked, and so it also works for things like X-Link Kai, where you can play it online with other people in a fake LAN kind of setup. But one of the things about Steel Battalion 2 was that it had an Xbox Live component to it that was like an ongoing campaign mode that, of course, once Xbox Live went down, they also shut the servers down for Steel Battalion 2 for that. And because of that, you can't get the other mechs unlocked for it, because they were all set up to be unlocks for the online campaign. But thankfully, people did put their saves online for it, so I, of course, have my Xbox hacked, so I just went and found the save file for it, got that loaded up, and it's like, hey, now I can actually use all the mechs that are in the game, because otherwise I would have just been limited to the one mech that you have unlocked at the beginning of the game. Yeah, you know, as far as I'm concerned, once they stop providing support for that stuff, like, fair game. Like, you're locking access to certain things behind servers that people don't have access to. Like, I do not have any problem with piracy in that case. Love of Consoles made a service to self-host servers for games when servers get shut down. Yes! Good God, I wish I could do that. I have, like, you say consoles, but, like, any online service, I wish they had options for that, because I'm going to tell you right now, that there was a game on PC that I absolutely loved, and the servers got shut down after about a year of it coming out, and I was just like, oh my god, why? Now I can't, like, play it at all. It's just sitting in my Steam library, and I can't do anything with it. Game is Lawbreakers, in case you were curious. That game had such promise, and then, like, the player base just never got there for it, so the publisher just shut down the servers after about a year. It's just like, come on, like, could you at least, like, put in, like, a way to set up a server for it or something like that? But They never did it, and it really sucked, because I really liked that game a lot. And unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a big enough community to, Oh, okay. Tell Liz I said hi. Unfortunately, there doesn't appear to be a big enough community for lawbreakers to, try to reverse engineer anything for it either, so... It just really stinks. I would love to see more of that game. Felt really good to play, but it will likely never see more life. Hard business decision, but I love when games are open source because the problems just don't exist for them. Exactly. It'd be nice if that was the case more often, but it happens so rarely at this point. At least, you know, in the most obvious places. But yeah, it's like, you know, at least if an open source game dies, then the code at least still exists so that if people want to bring it back, they can, kind of thing. That does remind me that I need to go back and try playing some Warsaw at some point in time, because tried playing that a little bit, and while the guns really don't do much for me in that game, the mobility was exactly what I was looking for in a game. First-person shooter, at least. You know what? This is... I need actually a dry brush for this. Where do I have a dry brush? There we go. There we go. Okay, that should be good enough for that. And then, just gonna do some touch-up work on, like, darkening these areas in between on the cape. So, this is gonna be mostly black on this. debating stopping working now or at 2.5 hours today. Originally planned to do 2 a day every day. Just do 1 more every time I'm done. Yeah, it sounds like it's a 1 more kind of job where you could easily just forget that you've done a lot of it so far, so... Could use a little bit more green in this. Okay, that might work. Let's see. If I add some water to this, let's see how it ends up looking when I put it on the model. Might be a tad too dark, but we'll find out. Oops. Now, if this ends up being too dark, it's okay, because I can always add and fix it. So, let's work on this. Yeah, I remember when I was originally, like, a couple jobs ago, when I first had the option to work from home, it got to be very much a, I feel like I could continue working, but I really shouldn't, and constantly having to fight the urge of just continuing to work. Now I have sufficiently burned myself out so much in different companies that it's like, no, you know what? I'm putting in exactly the amount of time I need to every day, because I'm not dealing with that kind of BS anymore. You know what? This might be too big of a brush to use. We're gonna go back to using a tiny brush. Went ahead and stopped now because it started giving me hard tasks. I'm still ahead of schedule. I have 4.81 hours now for the week. Okay, yeah, enjoy some dinner. I really need to start thinking about what I'm gonna have for dinner too. There we go. Here. Sorry, try to get this back on camera. honestly. Like, I thought this might be too dark of a shade for this, but this is actually, I think, looking pretty good. Like, it's drying about the right color. It puts a nice amount of shadow into these crevices, so I think this is working really well. And then, because of the area, we're going to go ahead and hit up the bottom of the cape with this, because this is going to be the darkest color. Which also helps fix up, because part of the problem is I keep handling this model. Wow, that was quick. Did you already eat dinner that quickly? Grabbed a bag of chips, ran like a gremlin to my room. Well, I hope your dinner isn't just chips. I hope you are going to have something more substantial too. I'm going to get some spaghetti here in a minute. Cool. Chips are good, but full dinner they are not. Still thinking about what I'm gonna end up making. Although, you know what? I've got stuff to make some pesto pasta, so I think I might end up doing that. Oops. I'm doing this outside the camera. Keep forgetting. Here we go. Let me hit up these spots real quick. I saw my fave chips on the counter. Haven't had in months. Yeah, it's hard to pass that up for sure. God, now I kind of want chips. Had to change my diet because apparently I have a scary amount of cholesterol for a 21-year-old. Didn't want to mess with it, so I started eating more fiber stuff and less high cholesterol stuff. Well, that's good. I'm glad you're taking care of yourself. Yeah, it's God. Like, I am also probably not doing too well on the health front, but you know, I at least have started watching more of what I eat, so it should help out quite a bit. But yeah, it's always a worry. I also have very low vitamin D, so they put me on a super vitamin, 6.7 units of vitamin D. Safe levels are between 30 and 70. I'm taking... Whoa, God, wow. Well, I'm sure with having that kind of vitamin D supplement, your mood must have improved quite a bit too, because I think that factors in quite a bit if I remember correctly. Really don't go outside much, don't have much reason to, since everything I do is online. Most friends are online too. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat, honestly. Like, I work from home, so I don't really go out for work all that much. Granted, I do take my dog out, but not as it's not as much outside time as I probably should have. Yeah, vitamin D does help make dopamine. Without it, you don't make much. Mixed with ADHD sucks too because my body sucks at regulating dopamine and doesn't release much anyway. Yeah. Yep. Well, I'm glad that they have you on a supplement because that should definitely be helping quite a bit. Yeah, as with anything, like I hope everyone takes this to heart, not just not just people that are you know, watching live right now, but you know, people end up watching this later. Please always make sure to take care of yourself. Stay healthy. You know, whatever that ends up meaning for you, but no, I was a recluse, but I didn't know that stuff affected physical health too. Yep. Yep, it really does. It's really easy to forget that all of that is ultimately going to affect your body. Yeah, eventually I need to, like, get back into running and stuff. I was doing that for quite a while. And then COVID hit, and I thought, oh, well, I'll just be working from home so I can jump on the treadmill instead of going running outside and stuff like that. And, hoo boy, I thought that was what was going to be the case, but then depression from being inside all the time really hit me hard, and you don't really want to run when that happens. So, but I'm doing better at this point, so at least there's that. I do need to get back into running though. I was doing a very good job with that when I was doing it all the time. Honestly, I might try to do what I did a while back when I first started streaming, which was dead leg cells, which I haven't done in years at this point, but that was a fun time. Oop, I just saw it was a bad chain reaction. Not many friends out of high school went to tech. Tech leads to remote. Remote leads to not many chances to meet people. Leads to staying at home. Yep. Yeah, I lucked out in that I ended up still basically hanging out with all the friends that I had in high school. So that helped out a lot. And because all of them are huge nerds, we ended up getting, well, I ended up joining them when they started doing role-playing game stuff with a group that they had been role-playing with for a while. So then it just was like, okay, I'm meeting more people through this, so that helped out a lot. And yeah, got a slightly wider friend group now because of the role-playing game sessions, so handled the indoor depression good, thinking positive, changed. I don't have friends to. I don't have friends, but I can make friends easy. I just don't try to. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you do what you can. And I mean, you'll always end up finding ways to get around that too, so. For me, it was like, I had a lot of trouble adjusting to the fact that it's just like, I'm not really going out places anymore. Granted, I didn't do that a whole lot anyway before COVID, but it was more the limiting thought of I can't really go out. So just notice your skull is reacting to your voice and oh yes, I'm on a different computer and I don't have the I don't have it set up to do the movement on this computer. Partially down to the fact that I'm running on my desktop computer, regular OBS Studio. On this laptop, I'm running on Streamlabs. And Streamlabs doesn't allow for the plugin that I use on OBS. Doesn't allow for the plugin that I use on OBS for animating the face. So, all that being said, eventually, if I ever like get the money and find a person to do it, I'd love to have an actual like VTuber rig done up for the skull. I don't. It's hard finding someone an artist that both is accepting commissions right now and that does the art style I'm looking for it to actually do it. So eventually I would like to find someone that can do that, because then I can actually have like face tracking and stuff like that. That would be cool. Don't dare make excuses for your hermit status, Kenny. Hey, listen. I am perfectly fine with the hermit status. But it's just, it feels weird to go out during COVID right now. And, oh, to factor heavily into that, and RJ knows what I'm talking about here. I used to go out during COVID more often when I had access to my motorcycle. And since the lights stopped working on that, I haven't really been going out for rides on that either, because, hey, lights are super important when you're trying to drive a vehicle. I really, really, really need to get that fixed, because I really miss riding around on that thing. And it, like I said, it got me out of the house, so... Always been annoyed at Streamlabs. They openly screwed over OBS and not many people knew about it. DM'd you a link to OBS Studio's tweet. I know, I know about that. The only reason I don't use OBS Studio on my laptop is because I just had Streamlabs already set up on it previously, and I haven't gone through and gotten OBS Studio set up on my laptop for this stuff, so eventually I will do that. But yeah, no, I also agree, it's super crappy how the Streamlabs folks just completely screwed over the OBS Studio people. Did you know they just released this new thing called Sunlight? Oh, open source gossip, Kenny always knows. Oh yeah, the software is great and is wonderful, just scummy how they treated OBS. Agreed. Yeah, the only thing I will give, well, there's a couple things that I like about Streamlabs, but they don't outweigh the the shittiness that they've been to OBS Studio. But the fact that they have so many built-in little things as far as like importing the chat and stuff like that into having a pre-configured way of doing that through Streamlabs is nice. I like that a lot. And I didn't have to do a bunch of reconfiguration in Streamlabs like I did in OBS to get the bitrate to fluctuate. Speaking of open source, Linus released the latest version of the kernel from an M1 MacBook running Linux. Wow, I didn't know they got that working. That's awesome. How does Apple feel about that? I'm sure they're not happy about it. Because they're never happy when you're running anything except for the OS that they had intended to run on their things. They get super bent out of shape about that. Alright, so let's look at this real quick. So, do some more green to this. That way I can do a highlight layer on this. Hang on, I need to scoot the laptop a little bit closer to me because I'm having trouble reading the chat. There we go. Oh yeah, on Asahi Linux, made by a Japanese VTuber called Lina Asahi, which is a very confusing thing to say in 2022. It could. It very well could. You know, I got some issues with Linus as far as his reactions to things, but he's a pretty cool guy, all things considered. So, I don't think Apple has mentioned it. I am honestly more surprised by Apple not mentioning it because they tend to be very vocal about running anything but their OS on their hardware, and vice versa, because Hackintoshes are a thing too, and I remember they had a lot of problems with people running stuff on running their OS on non-Apple hardware. So love the middle finger to NVIDIA. Yeah, I mean, that was a fun thing with Linus. I will agree to that. Because NVIDIA is pretty terrible as far as the open source stuff goes. Although apparently they are actually trying to open source their stuff, hopefully. So, oh yeah, Linux has been running on MacBooks for a few years now. They just haven't mentioned it. If I recall, it's just the software, not hardware, that the issue is. Software is TOS to only run on Apple hardware, but I think their hardware is fair game aside from the difficulty. Well, I know they're fine with you running like boot camp and stuff like that, or parallels, but I thought they always like, yeah, I guess if you're ultimately, if it comes down to you're putting in the work yourself to get the software running on the hardware, then I guess it's a different story, but I think it's protected via reverse engineering laws. It wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, like, well, you know from previous conversations with me that I'm very much of the opinion that you should be able to run whatever that you want, wherever, kind of thing, so. I'm also not a super big fan of Apple from that perspective either. So. They tried to make it illegal in Mexico a few years ago to run any OS other than the one that was installed when you bought the... What? Really? That is ridiculous. I want to run Temple OS. I mean, have at it, RJ. Like, if you want to run it, I would run it in an emulator, honestly. Or a virtual machine, I mean. Because, that is an OS that is, gonna be a little rough to run on real hardware. I think it was due to not being able to backdoor Linux easily, and they were mad they couldn't get into some criminals' PCs. Temple OS is the OS of our Lord. Yep. I've been tempted to try to run Temple OS in a VM before, but there's only so much time in the day. There is actually a fork I'd use that's better, but yeah. Yep. Yeah, you were telling me about that, someone had forked it and actually, like, fixed several of the security issues and stuff that were inherent to the OS. I'm scared it would try to exercise me, load an anime girl on the PC, and the Crusaders show up. Ooh, actually, you know what I forgot to do? I'm trying to tell if this actually ended up being... It's kind of dark when I went to actually highlight, but you know what, let's actually see. We'll hit this up and see if it dries correctly. I think it's going to be dark as opposed to light, so we'll see. Because I gotta hit this area, give it some shading. I'm not holy enough, but for real, Kenny, there is games on there not in your library. I know. Wonder if Temple OS is protected under some religious stuff if you use it. Like government tries to get your files, you can claim First Amendment. Who needs an encryption algorithm when you have Jesus? Yeah, it's kind of drying darker. I don't know. It might work. Guess if I just layer enough on, it kind of dries in darker. I have a random tech question I haven't bothered to Google. Was wondering if I could ask. Go for it. I don't know if I'll know the answer, but... can certainly try. You know what I also forgot to do on this? Do all of this area. Can you resize a swap partition if You have full disk encryption on Linux. Haven't found if you can or not, or how to resize any partition at all when there is a Lux encryption. That I honestly don't know. I am unsure. Partitions are really wonky to try to resize anyway, unless you're using, God, why am I blanking on the name of it now? If you're using, if you're using a volume manager, it's easier to resize partitions. But I honestly don't know if you can resize a Lux partition or not. Yeah, LVM, yeah. Yeah, if you're using LVM, resizing is super duper easy. But if you're just using regular partitions, I don't know. Particularly when you introduce encryption, that gets a little iffy. Yeah, it's Lux with LVM. That's one of those things I've looked at and thought way too advanced for me. It's so like Lux by itself is pretty simple. Like, all you're really doing is just encrypting the device, and it handles a lot of the internals for you, right? LVM is daunting when you first look at it, but it's actually a pretty simple tool to use. But yeah, I can see where there's some hesitation with working with it. But it's actually, like, I've had a lot of luck doing partition resizes with LVM and stuff like that. Assuming, this is also assuming, of course, that you're running a file system on it that also works very well with resizes. In general, I'm using XFS, and it's pretty easy to just, once you resize the partition, XFS is pretty easy to expand the file system size on the partition, so. Stayed away from most file system stuff aside from initial partitioning and encryption. I stay on ext4 as well. I don't mess with ButterFS or XFS because I have no idea the pros and cons. I haven't done anything with ButterFS before. It doesn't pop up a lot whenever I go to do stuff. I've used XFS most of the time because, especially when I was setting up my own server, and I needed to continue to expand out the storage space, XFS was one of the file systems that was very easy to use for that purpose. So, heard ButterFS is slow because of its backups, and that XFS is unreliable in its current states and can have data loss. I'm sure that's probably the case, but I've never had any data loss problems on XFS. I don't know if it's just the application I'm using it in that I haven't had any issues with it, so. I'm trying to decide if there is more I need to do on this model. I think there's a little touch-up area that I can do on this, but I think it's looking pretty good as far as... Oh, I almost forgot. I upgraded to 32 gig RAM a few days ago. Nice! Are you planning on using that for gaming, or is that for doing virtual machines? Or a little bit of both. Gaming and VMs as I get further into networking for my degree. Cool. Ooh, actually, you know what I need to hit up real quick is I need to go and shade right under here. It's a good thing I keep looking at this thing and realizing that there's areas that I missed on this model. Or not missed, but things that I need to touch up. Okay, so, you know, we're gonna take green and add a little bit of black to it, and use that for doing some highlighting, because I feel like that's what is needed at this point. I'm annoyed at HP though. I have. Oh yeah, I remember you seeing. I remember seeing that tweet of yours. Did HP get that sorted? Oh, it's because the Mobo doesn't support XMP. Ah. That's unfortunate. Nope, they just said if you use 32, clock down. That sucks. Like, thanks, bro, but that doesn't help. Yeah. You know what? That's still not green enough. I'm gonna throw a little bit more green in there. Doesn't bother me too much, but I'd like to have speed up paid for. Yep. Yeah, it's like, you know, you spend all this money on a decent set of you know, decent set of RAM sticks, and you want to get the most out of them, but yeah. You know, there was a time there was a time where we had gotten past the point of having complicated ways of upgrading PCs. There was a small window there right after they got rid of front side bus speed being a thing that you needed to worry about. Right after that, there was a small amount of time where it was quite easy to sorry. There we go. I had to pick up a thing off the floor. There was a small amount of time where it was quite easy to build a computer with very little know-how, because there was only a couple speeds you had to match up. Now, it's gone the other way again, where there's so many different pieces, and you have to worry about not just is the socket correct now, but do you have the right firmware, or the right yeah, the right firmware installed on the motherboard to run the processor that you have, because now they just keep reusing the same socket, and putting out new chips that aren't necessarily supported on the motherboard right away. I do have the 16 gig dual channel now. Definitely getting some speed improvement from the old single 8 gig, single 4 gig. Yep. Yeah, the dual channel will definitely help out a lot. But gonna upgrade my CPU after my first paycheck to have an i5 10400. But I have no idea the maxes I can use. Don't trust the Mobo info PDF from HP because it's from HP. But it says the highest I can use is an i7 10400. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Like, generally, I would expect you to be able to use a different model of the, or I don't know how to explain this. Different version of the same model. So going from like an i5 to an i7, that kind of thing. That I would expect to just be supported. Only list 7 possible CPUs I can upgrade to. Yeah, I mean that's partially down to HP just wanting to cover their butts as far as what they've tested. So Warhammer 40k when. Tell you what, RJ, if you buy the models, I'll paint them on stream for you. But like if I risked it, could I install a CPU with the same socket type in TDP and it might work? You can give it a shot. The biggest problem is that you have no way of knowing beforehand if the chip is going to work. Like I was saying, it used to be easier to build a PC where there was a small window of time where it was very easy to build a PC because you just had to have compatible parts and that was it. And you didn't need to think too much about things beyond like matching speed and having the right socket, and that was about it. Now it's like certain things are locked behind firmware, and you never quite know if the stuff is just gonna like work kind of thing. So Amazon return policy, we have to come in clutch in that case. Yeah, it's a crapshoot nowadays. Like, I've had a few PC builds at this point in time where I've tried doing, I researched, bought the parts, and then found out that it just doesn't work because, firmware or something like that, and it's just like, come on, guys, like, killing me. I'm guessing my CPU is my bottleneck. An RTX 3060 plugging in bottleneck. Yeah, it could be the CPU. Like I was thinking maybe the interface, but it wouldn't matter much. And it's probably not that case anyway because you're running a Tiger Lake chipset, so it's not super duper old. So do you use logical increments? What do you mean? It's a helpful guide for people at my skill level for building PCs. Oh, is logical increments a website for designing, or? Name of a community guide. Oh, okay. Well, shows you. I don't know what it is, so I did not know that. Yeah, way back. Oh, that's cool. Well, I know in the future to potentially use that then. Yeah, like, compatibility is just so ridiculously complicated now. Like, I don't know why they decided to make it overly convoluted to buy parts and build stuff now, so. Does it have a thing I can plug in my specs to get a recommendation? Still updated. It's a godsend. No, it's a buying guide, not a... You can try Reddit forums. Made a mistake of checking what 4chan... Oh, God. Didn't know what to check out, so I checked out... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. That was a mistake. Is all of 4chan like there is just a place where they throw the unwanted children? Boogeymen can scare you if you're... I'm sure RJ has a better explanation of how the rest of 4chan is. I'm guessing that there's some sections of it that aren't terrible, but overall I'd say no, not really. Yes, it's always been terrible. Okay, well, there we go, confirmation. Although I suppose it can't be as terrible as 8kun is now, though. There are just certain sections of the internet that I never go on, so that was it's definitely not my speed. Part of it is to scare normies, part of it is because terrible people go there. What you learn is that nothing matters and that people are evil when bored. Well, yeah, social media has certainly made that quite obvious in a lot of cases, so... You know what? I think I might be done on this. Like, I might do a little bit of extra work on detailing, but I'm pretty happy overall with how this came out. Like, I still need... One thing I still need to do is I still need to do, like, the red rim around the base, because this is a villain figure, so... need to do that, but overall, like, I'm pretty happy with how this came out. Like, the shading and all is pretty good. Trying to find info on my Mobo from others on Google. Super proprietary, so not much information. Oh, yeah. Probably a motherboard by another name. Just HP puts a name on it. Yeah, so, like, if it's an Intel board, like, it will have a general name for it, and then you just have the variant that HP threw in the machine. Because they all have a general Intel chipset that all the boards are all the boards fall under. So it's just OEMs change the overall name of it. But I don't know the Tiger Lake generation well enough to tell you what the different chipset variants are for the Intel boards, so... It's been a while since I've had to do anything with Tiger Lake motherboards, so... I found some useful info. My motherboard will support 11th gen CPUs, but it requires HP to have released a BIOS update including that, so I highly doubt my PC can. Liz just popped in. Cool. Yeah, so, you might get lucky with having a... Nah, I was just listening while doing dishes. Hey Liz, how's it going? Yeah, I was gonna say you, as far as the motherboard BIOS goes, you might get lucky using firmware update manager on Linux. But who knows? It's a crapshoot whether or not they've pushed out the stuff for that into the repository. So, oh, good. I'm glad you're doing well. Fully back to normal after COVID. You know what? I'm gonna do the red while I'm here. Finish this up, and then we'll call it a night once I get the red done. Good. I'm glad you're back to normal. Sounds like it didn't hit you hard anyway, though. Sounds like it hit RJ especially hard. Okay, I need to think about what I'm going to use for a brush on this. This is probably a good one. Alright, so now I'm just going to do the edge of the base and get this finished off. That might have been thinned out a little too much. Might have to add some more paint to this.
definitely going to have to add more paint to this. This is really just not holding too well on this. But we've at least got a nice first layer down, so I can at least work with that once it dries. Alright. Throw a little bit more red paint into this. Already getting a little low on the red, actually. Gonna have to buy another thing of this before I end up... Well, I mean, I got plenty of time, because I was gonna say, eventually, once I get to the point where I gotta paint Deadpool, I'm gonna need more red. But I got so many boxes to get through before I get to Deadpool. Maybe I'll paint Deadpool on my birthday. It'd be a nice present to myself. I need to get this back on camera. There we go. Never run out of red paint if you're inventive enough. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna get really hardcore when I go to paint Deadpool, and I'm just gonna paint him in my own blood. Although that actually reminds me, I do like our GM for our Thursday game. Whenever he has a player character get killed in our role-playing game, he paints blood on their initiative marker in remembrance of them. It's a nice little touch. Although we haven't had a player death in a while, so... At least not in that game. Certainly not for lack of trying, though. There's been a few touch-and-go moments in that one. We are at kind of final battle, no, never too late. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, like, I believe we're in the final book, right? Which, if that's the case, I am fully expecting PC death at some point. think we were finishing the second to last book. The adventure goes to 20. Ah, okay. See, I keep forgetting that the Pathfinder adventure paths tend to go all the way out to 20. Because I've been reading primarily Starfinder stuff, and all the Starfinder stuff is basically 6 books that go all the way to level 12, 13. Like, they keep putting out 6-book adventure paths that only go up to 13 is the end point. So when you finish the book, it you hit 13. And then they have 1 3-book adventure path that goes from 13 to 20. First ed 1 seemed to go to 17, but this one, 2e, goes to 20. That's cool. It's nice that they're actually, like, putting that out there, because it kind of blows to not get to see the full range of stuff you can hit. But yeah. Alright, I think I might be done. Like, I just need to probably do a little bit of touch-up work certain places. Like, I need to hit the tips of the horns again, just to clean it up a bit, because part of the problem is me handling the figure means that I'm kind of rubbing paint off of edges. But overall, I think that came out pretty good. Like, I'm pretty happy with how the results came out on that. Just notice there's no channel points. I haven't checked, but I'm guessing no. Is this a you know, like, I'm not fully. I still haven't fully figured out doing the Twitch stuff yet, so I don't know if I get that stuff until I hit affiliates, maybe. So the lipstick came out good. Thank you. I tried. It was a little iffy there, and then I went back through and did some of the face again, because I covered it up. Channel points to gamble. Oh, I think that's probably what it is. Yeah. Eventually, if I can manage to hit affiliate, which is gonna take a bit, but if I hit that, I think that's when I get access to, like, channel points, subscriptions, stuff like that. So eventually I'd like to get there, but who knows. Thank you. I'm glad I, ended up coming out pretty good. So I let Better TV auto-claim and just want to get absurd amounts of points in every channel. Kenny, when you become the next XQC, just let me live in your basement. You keep talking about living in my basement. You can come over and live in my basement anytime you want, man. Can I also live in your basement? No. I asked first. My basement is not a fancy place to live in. I will warn you in advance. I already have a map there. Yeah, you got your DDR map that you still got to get at some point. We must fight for father's love. Oh, man. You don't want to go in my basement. My basement's miserable. Although that's where I have my workout stuff. I need to get back down there eventually and start doing that. At some point, that'll be a stream when I finally get back in and do Dead Leg Cells, because that was a lot of fun, even if it was, like, very destructive to my body. I'm a fan of spiders way over there, away from me. I think Liz would agree with you on that, Libra. Yeah, eventually I want to try doing Dead Lake Cells again for a stream, because I think that would be a lot of fun to do again, but I need to, like, actually hit the treadmill again to get used to doing that. RJ knows what Dead Lake Cells is, but Libra is new here, so... Dead Lake Cells was when I played Dead Cells, and whenever I died, I ramped up the speed that I was doing on the treadmill. So, I was running while playing Dead Cells, with the added bonus of whenever I died in that game, I had to crank up the speed on the treadmill a little bit. I got a lot of workout in on that stream, but it was fun, and it was probably really bad for my legs. Have the upper body strength of a dehydrated starfish. Ecosystem is outside. Get out of my house, tiny demons. Yeah, I'm not a super big fan of spiders. I've gotten better around them, but I'm not a huge fan, so. Oh boy. Alright, well, I think I am done for the night, so I am going to pack it up, and honestly I need to, like, go take a shower and such, because especially, like, I've got paint all over my fingers now, so all I'm saying is electrodes attached to your groin, get a 1K viewer stream. No, 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 not doing that. Well, thank you. I hope you have a good night too, Liz. Hope everyone has a good night, and we'll be doing some more stuff soon. I will be streaming tomorrow, doing some Gravity Rush 2, and that'll be a lot of fun, because I like that game a lot so far. And then, outside of doing that tomorrow, I will also probably be raiding into Lucky Bun's channel after I'm done streaming, because Lucky Bun is doing a charity stream for the Trans Empowerment Project, so I'll be raiding in on that after, so I can donate some money to that too. And yeah, I will see you Thursday, RJ, so... All right, well, I hope everyone has a good one, and we'll talk to you again soon. And stay safe out there, okay? Bye, everyone.